हेलो।
हेलो।
हाँ,
हाँ,
आवाज आ
आवाज
रहा
आ
है।
रहा है।
हेलो।
हेलो। हेलो।
आवाज आ रहा है सर आपको? वो इसका बंद कर माइक माइक इसका लैपटॉप को बंद करके रखना पड़ेगा सर माइक। तब आपका मोबाइल
ओ,
का
अभी तो
अभी
आ
तो
रहा
आ
है
रहा
आवाज।
है आवाज।
आवाज आ रहा है।
हाँ,
हाँ,
लैपटॉप
लैपटॉप
में
में
अगर
अगर
हेडफोन
हेडफोन
नहीं
नहीं
मिलता
मिलता
तो
तो
इधर
इधर
से
से
करना
करना
पड़ेगा।
पड़ेगा।
हाँ, तो वो माइक जो है ना वो बंद करके रखना पड़ेगा लैपटॉप। लैपटॉप का माइक बंद करके रखो तो आवाज गूंजेगी नहीं।
ओके
ओके
ओके।
ओके।
हम्म, ठीक है
ठीक है
ना।
ना।
नाही
नाही
भेटला.
भेटला.
नाही
नाही
भेटला
भेटला.
तर नाही भेटला
नाही
तर
भेटला.
एक नाही नाही, आता
नाही
मोबाईल
नाही, आता
वरून
मोबाईल.
करायला. नाही नाही व्हायला. थांबा एक मिनिट. बस 2 मिनिट.
हाँ सर। अभी चालू है सर। मैं अभी भाग रहा था भाई। टाइम हो गया मेरा। बाहर जाना था इसलिए भाग रहा था और वो कल भी तो नहीं। अभी खोल के रखो सर, मैं आता हूँ 2 मिनट के लिए। मैं आता हूँ। ये बोलता है ये हो गया, लाइव हो गया सर। ये देखो, ये यूट्यूब लाइव है। ये अपना ये लाइव है। ठीक है, तो यहाँ से आपको जो भी चीजें दिखना है यहाँ से सारी चीजें करना है। अभी बंद मत करना टाइम लाइव। ठीक है, यूट्यूब की लिंक भेज दो तो आप जितना टाइम है टाइम ना
सर मेरा आवाज आ रहा है?
सर आपको ये क्या है?
आ रही है?
मेरी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। सर का इसमें ना हमारा बोल सकते
हेलो, मेरी आवाज आ रही है? हेलो। हेलो। Am I audible to all? हेलो। 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 आ रही है आवाज? हेलो। आ रही है? हाँ, तो
प्रिंसिपल पर जुड़ लगे ना चलिए आंसर कर कन्वर्ट बघूया काय होतं ते हम्म? हम्म. हम्म? पण मी स्क्रीनवर दिसतो का मी?
Halo, Sir. Hello. Hello, Sandeep, sir. Am I audible? Yes, sir. You are audible. Okay. Sir, am I audible to you? Am I audible to you?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir.
I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
Sir, request to you, please close the curtain behind you, which is present behind you.
Okay,
Curtain
okay. Okay, okay.
that reflecting the lights.
अरे खिडकी बंद कर बरं तू ओतून राहिले जात तिकडं हा खिडकी बंद कर ना ओतून राहील
Still reflecting, sir. Okay, sir. This is okay, sir. It's okay. After a couple of minutes, we will start the session.
बस 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 तू बस
இதுல வருது நான் பார்க்கிறேன். இதுல இதுல சார்ஜ் போச்சுன்னா இதை வந்து பார்க்கணும். சார் பிரபு சார்,
हेलो
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Fine, sir. Fine, sir. Fine.
Fine. Okay. All
Hello.
ready?
Hello, sir.
Ah, hello, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Gurule, sir.
Yes, yes. Hello.
How are you?
Hello, Rangale, sir.
Hello.
Gurnale. Good afternoon. Gurnale.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, Lanjay, sir. Good
हाँ,
afternoon.
good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
आवाज आ रहा है क्या मेरा?
हो आ रहे हैं सर, आपका आवाज आ रहा है. हाँ
ओके ओके.
हाँ हाँ हाँ, आवाज येतोय तुमचा.
व्हाट इज टाइम नाउ? सर 2 मिनिटात सुरू करता येईल ना?
हो, करता येईल का सर? हो.
हेलो, गुड आफ्टरनून प्रभू सर.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
सर गुड आफ्टरनून. प्रभू सर गुड आफ्टरनून.
Good afternoon. Hello. Namaskar.
हेलो सर. स्वामीनाथन सर. हेलो.
Hello. Good afternoon. So, sir, Professor Vice Chancellor, Sir Professor Narayanan. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Professor Swaminathan, sir. Good afternoon to all of you, sir. I am
Good
Professor
afternoon.
Narayanan from Kalaslingam Academy of Research and Education. Nice
We
to
can
meet
meet
you.
our ACT President, Dr. Prabhu, and Dr. Gurnale, and also the principal. All the people are here. I mean that.
Nice to meet you all, professors. It is my
Nice to meet
pleasure
you,
to meet
sir.
with you
Nice to meet you.
online. Yeah.
हेलो, रांगाले सर.
Sir.
Can we start?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Respected delegates, eminent speakers, and dear participants from country and abroad, a very good afternoon to one and all. I, Dr. S.Y. Rahangdale, IQAC member and assistant professor, Department of Geology, feel privileged to welcome you all on behalf of organizing committee for today's international webinar on mini vices and one science, organized by IQSC and Department of Chemistry, Jagat Art, Commerce, and Indraben Harirbai Patel Science College, Goregaon, Kala Salingam Academy of Research and Education, Krishnan Coil, Tamil Nadu, Society for Promotion of Material Science, Nagpur, and Association of Chemistry Teachers, in collaboration with IUPAC and Global Women Breakfast, that shortly very well known as GWB. Now I am sharing a brief about Global Women Breakfast. The Global Women Breakfast is an event that happens on a single day in February of each year with the aim to celebrate the accomplishment of women in science and inspire younger generation to pursue career in science. Women and men from all types of science organizations come together to share the breakfast either virtually or in person. A central goal is also to establish an active network of both men and women to work
सर्वात
towards
वरती
barriers to gender equality in science. The global breakfast facilitates the formation of communities on a local, regional, and international scale to effectively share ideas and strategies for progress. To fulfill the above mentioned objective of this one-day international webinar entitled as Many Voices, One Science is organized today on a virtual platform. Before moving ahead, I would like to invite Professor WB Gurnule, Organizing Secretary, IUPAC, GWB 2026, and Vice President of ACT West Zone for welcome address. Gunul sir, please. Gunul sir.
So Mike, please keep the mic on. No?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to all of you.
Very good afternoon, sir.
On behalf of ACT and organizing committee, I welcome all the resource persons, academicians, and participants for this IUPAC International Webinar on Many Voices, One Science, which is organized by Department of Chemistry, Jagat Arts, Commerce, and IHP Science College, Goregaon, District Gondia, and Kalasalingam Academy of Research and Education, Krishna Coil, Tamil Nadu, and a Society for Promotion of Material Science in collaboration with Association of Chemistry Teachers of India with IUPAC, that is Global One Breakfast 2026. For this inauguration, Honorable Dr. N.Y. Lanji sir, President of this today's inauguration function and Principal of the Jagat College Goregaon, Honorable Professor D.V. Prabhu, Chief Guest of today's inauguration function and President of ACT, Dr. S. Narayanan, Vice Chancellor of CARE, Convener of this webinar, Dr. V. Vasudevan, Registrar of the CARE, Professor S.S. Andale, Co-Convener, Professor M. Swaminathan sir, dear participants from the globe and from various parts of the country. I extend warm welcome to Honorable Professor D.V. Prabhu sir, President of this program and Association of Chemistry Teacher, for accepting our request to be a chief guest for IUPAC GWB 2026 for this international webinar. For the inauguration, Dr. S. Narayanan sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor of the CARE, as a guest of honor, sir has been kind enough to have spared his valuable time and to be present here. We are highly obliged to you, sir. I offer a warm welcome on behalf of organizing committee. I also extend warm welcome to Professor Dr. N.Y. Lanji sir, President of this function and Principal of Jagat College, Goregaon. I also welcome Dr. Sanjay Kumar Randare, Convener and Professor Head of the Department of Chemistry, Jagat College, Goregaon. Professor M. Swaminathan have obliged us by accepting our request to be present for this inauguration session of IUPAC International Webinar GWB 2026. As we know, chemistry, often known as central science, having useful link with all other sciences, especially physics, biology, chemical biology, biophysics, bioinorganic chemistry, which has made remarkable progress in the last few years. In the last few years, some novel materials have been developed with interesting properties: nanomaterial, superconductors, and multifunctional materials. There are many societies of chemistry education which have made tremendous contribution to the science and technology. The backbone for sustainable development is science and technology. Science and technology are different, but at the same time, they are complementary with each other. Materials are solids which can be tailored to develop desired properties applied for fabrication of devices leading to our societal benefits. And properties are because of the being solid. Material science, engineering innovations will continue to have an important role as a resources to address sustainable development, which is the need of this society, and it is very important, play a very important role. So the main objective of organizing international webinar is to provide a platform for interaction and collaboration among the eminent professionals, researchers, and scholars of different fields. The theme of this year of this GWB is Many Voices, One Science. This webinar will be definitely beneficial to the participant. IUPAC serve the international scientific endeavor in the dual function of basic science and a mission-oriented union. The union is in unique position to contribute to the central interdisciplinary chemical sciences, strengthening international chemistry, striving towards inspiring high standard of excellence and relevance in academic and industrial research, and promoting the service of chemistry to society and to global issues. These are the vision that shape IUPAC activities towards the 21st century. The 2026 IUPAC Global Women Breakfast event will be held on a single day, that is 10 February 2026, and the theme is Many Voices, One Science. For this international webinar, around 4,400 participants have registered from different countries like Indonesia, Bangladesh, Nigeria, Malaysia, Nepal, etc., and almost all the state of the India. So I welcome you all participants on this occasion. We have an opportunity to be benefited by the talks of Professor L. Gomati Devi, former Vice Chancellor of Mahatma Cluster University, Bangalore. Another speaker is Dr. K. Sangeeta, Department of Chemistry, Care, Krishna Coil, Tamil Nadu. Third speaker is Dr. K. Geeta, Associate Professor and Head, PG and Research Department of Chemistry, Muthurangam Government Arts College, Vellore, India. At last again, as a Vice President of this Association of Chemistry Teacher, Wei Chon, I welcome all the resource persons, speakers, academicians, and dear participants. Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Hereafter, I would like to invite Professor Swaminathan, Professor, Care and Co-Convener
Yes.
GWB 2026 to deliver a introductory speech on the occasion of this international webinar.
Thank you, sir.
Swaminathan, sir, over to you, sir.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. So audible? I mean that.
Yes, sir, you are
Hello.
audible, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir. So the patrons of this Kalasalingam Academy of Research and Education, at the same patrons of this Jagat Arts, Commerce, and IHP Science College, and President of ACT, Professor Dr. V.D. Prabhu, and Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. S. Narayanan, sir, and the Principal, Dr. Lanje, and the convener, Dr. Ragondel, and other this convener, Dr. Nagarajan, HOD of Chemistry, and Gurnale, the Vice President of ACT, and all these speakers and delegates. A very good afternoon to all of you. I would like to say something about this Global Women Breakfast briefly. You know that this in 2011, before that official launch of International Year of Chemistry in Paris, women chemists from 44 countries were taking part in the international networking event, women sharing a chemical moment in time at the breakfast time. So though it was initiated in 2011, it was not continued. Later on, in 2019, 12th February, as a part of the celebrations for the centenary of founding IUPAC, International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry, women chemists and male supporters from 50 different countries took part in the second IUPAC Global Women Breakfast, Empowering Women in Chemistry, a global networking event. Worldwide, there were 200 breakfasts with between 5 and 10,000 participants involved. The first event was held at 7 a.m. local time in New Zealand, and the binary breakfast was launched at Hawaii 22 hours later. This global event provided an excellent opportunity to focus on this achievement, to expand professional networks, to learn from each other, and to raise awareness of the challenges women scientists face in academic, industry, and government institutions. Since 2019, IUPAC Global Women Breakfast has become an annual event every year in the February. Association of Chemistry Teacher ACT is promoting this GWB, that is Global Women Breakfast in India. And in 2005, we had about 92 entries from all over the country. The main focal point for the individual breakfast would be to explore the career progression for women chemists. Every year it is held in February on a day of specific importance. In 2025, GWB was held on 11th February on the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. And Dame Carol Robinson, the president of Royal Society of Chemistry, says about this event as, today we join together women across the world to support each other, make new connections, and spark new collaborations. An organizing team was formed with the Global Breakfast founder, Emeritus Professor Mary Garza, University of Queensland, Australia, and a Global Breakfast task group in each region. In India, Vipul Saha, former director of Chandra Chemical, NACL Industry, Hyderabad, Telangana, is a member of the task group. So every year it is organized with a theme related to the importance of the year. In 2023, the theme was Breaking Barriers in Science, and 2024, Catalyzing Diversity in Science, and 2025, Accelerating Equity in Science in support of the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology celebrations. So 2026, on February 10th, 2026, this year theme is Many Voices and One Sciences. So in 2025, IUPAC Global Women Breakfast connected 449 events across 78 countries, supporting the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. The breakfast fosters a global network to break barriers to gender equality in science. So over the past 7 years, 2,500 GW events have united participants from 100 countries. And as I told you earlier, the 2025, India had 92 entries, and highest among the countries. And as a ACT member are very enthusiastic. Our ACT president is promoting and then motivating all our ACT members to organize this Global Women Breakfast. And by this, we are more enthusiastic in organizing this event. And this year also, we may have the highest entries. So this is something about the Global Women Breakfast. So today we have an eminent speakers, one from the former Vice Chancellor, Dr. L. Gomudi Devi, another Dr. Sangeeta, another is Dr. J. Keeda from Muthuranam Government Arts College, and they are going to deliver lecture, and excellently, they are eminent speakers. So once again, as as Professor Gurnale said, I welcome all that, delegates, as well as the speakers, and the principal, our Vice Chancellor, and that, convener, Ravundale, all the people. I welcome once again all the people, and it is a pleasure for me to deliver this introductory address. And once again, I thank Dr. Gurnale for taking the effort in organizing this webinar. So thank you very much. Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Hereafter, I would like to invite the chief guest of today's webinar, Professor D.V. Prabhu, the President, ACT Mumbai, to share a few words about the today's international webinar, GWB 2026. So, Professor Prabhu, sir, please over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Respected principal of Jagat College, Goregaon, all the distinguished participants, Professor Vasudev Gurnule, Professor Swaminathan, sir, and all the assembled delegates. It is my privilege to talk to you on this very historic occasion of Global Women's Breakfast being celebrated on behalf of IUPAC. IUPAC, as we all know, is the world's authority on chemical nomenclature and terminology. It looks after the naming of new elements, standardization of the methods of measurement, atomic weight determination, and many other critical evaluated data. IUPAC was established in 1919, more than a century back, by academic and industrial chemists who shared a common goal to unite a fragmented global chemistry community for the advancement of chemistry. The Global Women's Breakfast was started in 2019 to enable the women scientists and academicians to organize chemistry related activities on a particular day. The aim of this unique activity is to have a network of women and men who are working together to address the barriers and inequalities faced by women in science. IUPAC is in a unique position to serve as a leading organization and a global platform where these difficulties can be addressed in a very transparent manner. India has been taking part in the Global Women's Breakfast since 2019, and every year we are having an increasing number of events. This year we are having 82 events out of a world total of 387 events. That is roughly 25%. And these events are held in all parts of the country under the guidance of teachers and academicians. It's a matter of pride that for the last 5 years, the maximum number of entries have come from India, thanks to the efforts of our academic community and scientific community. Today, I had a message from Professor Mary Garson, President of IUPAC, offering her best wishes to the events in our own country. Dr. Bipul Saha is representing India on the IUPAC Executive Board, and he also sent a message conveying his best wishes. The Association of Chemistry Teachers, ACT, established way back in 2000, is the nodal organization of chemistry educators, promoting excellence in chemistry education by organizing a large number of activities at the national level. Some of these activities are national and international conferences, training workshops, workshops for framing quality questions, concept tests in chemistry for BSc students, then celebration of the National Chemistry Day and National Science Day in schools and colleges, then a newsletter and prizes and awards to the distinguished chemistry teachers of the country. ACT has been foremost in encouraging teachers to do research, and some of our conferences are based on research. For example, later this week we are having an international research convention at IIS University Jaipur, where distinguished scientists and teachers will speak about various aspects of research in chemistry. The association was founded in 2000 at the Homi Bhabha Center for Science Education, TIFR, Mumbai, which has served as a fountain of guidance and support all these years. We have been working tirelessly in strengthening chemistry education in India and to motivate students to pick up chemistry as a career. And I'm very happy that the Jagat College is organizing the Global Women's Breakfast and has invited very distinguished speakers to talk on chemistry themes. I wish the program great success. The theme of this year's GWB is Many Voices, One Science. And therefore, on this happy occasion, all of us chemists have to come together to strengthen chemistry education and chemistry research in our country. I urge all the chemistry teachers in the audience to become members of our association and to take part actively in all our activities. Let us try to make chemistry more strong in our country. Thank you very much for inviting me. I wish the event grand success and I hope it will be of great benefit to all the participants. Thank you again for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Hereafter, I would like to invite today's guest of honor, Honorable Dr. S. Narayana, Vice Chancellor, CARE, to share his valuable thoughts on this occasion of the international webinar GWB 2026.
Thank you, sir.
Narayana, sir.
Yeah,
Over
are
to
you
you.
able to hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Distinguished guests, eminent speakers, respected professors, dear researchers, faculty colleagues, and student friends, very good afternoon to all of you. I'm extremely honored and privileged to take part in this international webinar on many voices and one science. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me this wonderful opportunity to take part in this wonderful international webinar. I would also like to utilize this opportunity to commend the organizing committee for their wonderful efforts in organizing this international webinar and also the Global Women Breakfast. We are also thankful to the organizing committee, especially IUPAC, ACT, and the Tagore College for giving our university also a position to be associated in this wonderful event. As you all know, you are all scientists and we have technologists and engineers also in this group, I suppose. As we all know, science is the universal language, but it has many voices. As it was pointed out by my previous speakers, it has many voices. That is the theme of this webinar also. And the voices may be in terms of accent, in terms of disciplines, in terms of the methods which you are going to use for solving the scientific problems. But the pursuit is only one. The pursuit of science is to find the best solutions for all the scientific problems which will be ultimately useful for the mankind. I'm happy to note that the theme of this seminar is also the same, many voices and one science. I'm happy to note that many experts who have contributed a lot to science, especially in chemical sciences, they are participating in this wonderful international webinar. I'm also delighted to note that this IUPAC is honoring the women scientists to empower the women scientists every year, and this year also you are honoring 3 women scientists from our country. I would like to congratulate all the 3 women scientists, and in fact, one is from our institute. I would like to congratulate all the women scientists who have been honored today, who are going to deliver their lectures today, for their wonderful contributions to the science, especially to the chemical sciences. Congratulations to all of them and to all of you also for contributing so much to the chemical sciences. And I sincerely hope that this platform will be a useful platform for all the researchers, especially for the young researchers, to interact with experts like you and to strengthen their scientific skills. I request my colleagues, especially from our institute, my research students, my students, MSc and BSc students, and also other faculty colleagues to attend these sessions very seriously and sincerely and continue your collaboration and continue your networking and strengthen your scientific skills. Before I complete, I thought I can give a very brief introduction about our institute for the benefit of the participants and our guests. In fact, some of you may be knowing, but I thought for the benefit of other participants and other guests, I thought I can give a very brief introduction within 2-3 minutes. In fact, our institute is Kalasalingam Academy of Research and Education, and it is founded in the year 1984 in the aspirational district of Tamil Nadu, backward district of Tamil Nadu, Virudhunagar, which is just 70 kilometers away from Madurai city, Temple city, by our founder chairman with the noble vision of providing higher education to the downtrodden. Professors, you will be very happy to note that at least one from each family of this backward district would have been educated from this institution. Today, we have students from all over the country. Some of them, they are even from abroad. We became a deemed university, even though we have started as a small engineering college in the year 1984. We became a deemed university in the year 2006. Today, we are offering around 70 programs, undergraduate programs, postgraduate programs, PhD programs in engineering, science, management, humanities, agriculture, architecture, allied health sciences, and so on. We are also planning to offer medical programs very soon. We have a very strong faculty who are very active in research, who are coming out with more research output in terms of research publications, Scopus Index publications, and also the projects, sponsor research projects also. And you will be very happy to note that our H index in the Scopus database is 120. And we have a very strong chemistry department, especially science departments, and very especially the chemistry department. Professor Swaminathan is a very senior faculty. He has been associated with all of you, and you know him very well. He is guiding our younger faculty and younger researchers, and they are coming out with more research output. We are all very happy about that. And if you look at our ranking, NIRF ranking, all of you, you might be aware, our rank in this year under the university category, it is 28. You might be also aware that there are more than 1,000 universities in the country. We are 28. And among the engineering institutions category, we are number 33. And NAC, we have got the highest grade A++. And we have got the NBA accreditation, National Board of Accreditation, for 11 of our BTech programs and 3 of our MTech programs. In addition to that, we have got the international accreditation also, ABET accreditation from USA. 11 of our BTech programs are accredited by the prestigious ABET USA, and global ranking, in fact, world ranking, THE ranking, Times Higher Education ranking also. This year, our rank is in the range of 1001 to 1200. Computer science category, subject category, we are in the range of 501 to 600. Like that, we are doing fairly well, and our vision is to become a world-class institution. That is our vision. We are all working towards that. With this, I would like to conclude by wishing the deliberations of this international webinar a grand success. Thank you for your kind attention. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Hereafter, I would like to invite Dr. N.Y. Lanje, the Principal, Jagat Art Commerce and Indiraben Harirbai Patel Science College, Goregaon, District Gondia, Maharashtra, to deliver a presidential speech. Sir, please over to you, sir.
Sir, I am audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Good afternoon to all of you. Respected President of our Society, Bahujan Hitai Jagat Shikshan Sanstha Gondia, Honorable Sri Jagatramji Rahangdale, Secretary, Honorable Sri Narayan Ravji Ede, Dr. K. Sridharan, Chancellor, Care, Krishnan Coil, Tamil Nadu, Dr. S. Sasyanand, Vice President, Care, Dr. S. Narayanan, Vice Chancellor, Care, Dr. V. Vasudevan, Registrar, Care, Dr. C. Ramalingan, Dean, SAS, Care, President of Association of Chemistry Teacher, Mumbai, and today's webinar chief guest, Honorable Professor D.V. Prabhu sir, ex-Vice Principal of our college, Dr. S.H. Bhairam, Vice Principal of SCT, and Organizing Secretary of today's IUPAC WGB 2026 webinar, Dr. Vasudev Gurunle sir, Dr. S.S. Rangnale, convener WGB of our college, Professor M. Swaminathan, co-convener WGB 2026. Another co-convener, Dr. E.R. Nagaranjan, today's eminent speaker, Professor L. Gomti Devi, former Vice Chancellor, Maharani Cluster University, Bangalore, Dr. K. Sangeeta, Assistant Professor, Department of Chemistry, Care, Dr. K. Geeta, Associate Professor and Head PG and Research Department of Chemistry, uh, Government Art College, Vellore, Dr. G.K. Bhagat, Dr. K.P. Jadhav, anchor of today's program, Dr. Sandeep Rangdale, member associated with ACT IUPAC, Global Women Breakfast, all the teaching and non-teaching staff of our college and all the delegates who have joined this webinar. I would like to take this golden opportunity to exercise my humble privilege as a principal of the college and today's webinar president at this auspicious day, the day of international webinar on many voices, one science, organized by Society of Promotion of Material Science Nagpur, Association of Chemistry Teachers, IQAC, and Department of Chemistry of our college in collaboration with IUPAC Global Women Breakfast to welcome all the scientists, eminent research scholars, delegates, invitees, friends who joined to participate in this webinar from other country as well as different part of our great country India emerging to the world of peace and progress. It is an effort of Dr. W.J. Gurunule and Dr. D.V. Prabhu and all the member of IUPAC Global Breakfast as well as Dr. S.S. Rangdale, Dr. Sandeep Rangdale and other staff of our college as a team towards the way of great success together with support and cooperation received from you to all. We had organized UGC sponsored national conference in different subjects and online national webinars. But this is the fifth online webinar organized by our college in association with ACT, IUPAC and WGB. This webinar is an important milestone in the march of our college toward academic excellence. I am very happy to receive tremendous response from different states of India and abroad. I am delighted to inform you that the growth of Jagat Art Commerce and Indivamen Hariyarbai Patel Science College Goregaon had its humble beginning in art, commerce and science faculty at a time in the year 1992 at Goregaon, a socially and economically backward place in Gondia district, Maharashtra. Today, the college runs UG and PG courses with Yashwantrao Chauhan Maharashtra Open University Center and identifies itself as one of the premier education institutions of Rashtrasanta Tukdoji Maharaj Nagpur University, Nagpur. Our college re-accredited B plus grade by NAC Bangalore. Our college is run by Baujan Hitai Jagat Shikshan Sanstha Gondia, a pioneering education society in Gondia and Bhandara district and established in year 1981 by a great visionary and philanthropist Honorable Sri Jagatramji Rangdale, its pious purpose of leading the socially and economically backward section of the society in the light of learning and knowledge. In 2015,
settings
sir, please.
Okay.
Sir, please mute it. In 1025, the United General Assembly declared 11th February as the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. This date was chosen to honor the birthday of Marie Curie, a pioneering physicist and chemist who made groundbreaking contribution in the field of radioactivity and nuclear physics. Marie Curie remains an inspiring figure of women in science. One day before today, 11th February, we organized international webinar on theme Many Voices, One Science is arising to provide a platform for interaction amongst eminent scientists, professors, researchers, and scholars in the field of chemistry, physics, and other science subjects. We hope to inspire and motivate the next generation of scientists. The Global Women Breakfast is an international initiative promoted by IUPAC, that is International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry, in collaboration with Association of Chemistry Teachers. Theme for Global Women Breakfast 2026 is Many Voices, One Science, focusing on celebrating diversity and intersectional perspectives in the scientific field. WGB is the global event taking place simultaneously worldwide, aimed at promoting a active network to highlighting and overcome gender inequality barriers in science. Many aims of this webinar, Many Voices, One Science, is to motivate and encourage females in field of science. One of breaking barriers in science is lack of gender, gender equality in science. It is not just a problem that efforts affect women but also impedes a country development. Moreover, when we limit a size of talent pool by making it harder for girls and women to choose a careers in science, we compromise your capacity to solve complex problems. While women represent only about one third of the world's research scientists today, that number is sure to increase dramatically if the number of women graduating with degree in science will increase. Evaluating diversity leads to scientific excellence, the progress of science, and most importantly, it is simply the right thing to do. We must value diversity not only in word but also in actions. Professor L. Gomti Devi will deliver her lecture on the topic Photochemistry, Energy and Environment. Dr. K. Sangeeta will deliver her lecture on the topic Many Journey in the Science, Finding Strength in My Voice. And K. Geeta will deliver her lecture on the topic Nanotechnology, Expanding Horizon across diverse sectors. I express my gratitude to Honorable Sri Jagadramri Rangdali, President, and Honorable Sri N.N. Ede, Secretary of Baujan Hitai Jagat Sanstha Gondia, as well as Dr. W.G. Gurnule for their constant support for this activity. I extend my wishes to all and all associated with this conference. Thank you very much, sir. Over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for this presidential speech. Hereafter, I would like to invite Dr. S.S. Rahandale, sir, IQSC Coordinator and Head Department of Chemistry and convener of today's international webinar, to propose a vote of thanks of this inaugural session. Sir, over to you. Not it, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Good afternoon to one and all. IUPAC International Webinar on Many Voices, One Science, GWB 2026, organized by IQSC and Department of Chemistry, Jagat Art, Commerce and Science College, Goregaon, Society for Promotion of Material Science, Kala Salingam Academy of Research and Education, Krishna Kulai, Tamil Nadu, and Association of Chemistry Teacher, ACT, Mumbai, in collaboration with International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry, Global Women's Breakfast 2026. First of all, I would like to vote of thanks to our Chief Patron, Honorable Dr. K. Sridharan, Chancellor, CARE, Dr. C. Sasianand, Vice President, CARE, Patron, Honorable Sri Jagatramji Rahandale, President, Honorable Sri Narayan Rauji Yede, Secretary, Bahujan Hitai Jagat Shikshan Sanstha, Gondia, Dr. V. Vasudevan, Registrar, CARE. They always have been a source of inspiration for us, though they could not join, but their blessings are with us. I am thankful to Honorable Dr. N.Y. Lanje sir, Principal Geography, Art, Commerce and IHP Science College, Goregaon, District Gondia, who shared his valuable thought with us in his presidential address. I express my sincere thanks to the Chief Guest, Honorable Professor Dr. D.V. Prabhu, President ACT, Wilson College, Mumbai, who guided us. Thank you very much, sir, for knowledgeable and informative talk. I am also thankful to Honorable Professor Dr. W.B. Gunule, sir, Organizing Secretary of International Webinar, for the welcome address. I would like to thank to Professor M. Swaminathan, sir, co-convener, GWB 2026, Professor Care, for his introductory remarks on today's webinar. I express my sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Dr. S. Narayanan, Vice Chancellor Care, who addressed us on this occasion. I am personally and on behalf of Organizing Committee thankful to resource person, Honorable Professor L. Gomti Devi, former Vice Chancellor, Maharani Cluster University, Bengaluru, Honorable Dr. K. Sangeeta, Department of Chemistry, here, Krishnakolli, Tamil Nadu, Honorable Dr. K. Geeta, Associate Professor and Head, PG and Research Department of Chemistry, Muthurangam Government Art College, Bangalore, India. I am also thankful to entire participants from various states of India and also from different countries like Indonesia, Nigeria, Portugal, Malaysia, UAE, Nepal, Canada, Hong Kong, like these countries for giving warm response of international webinar. For the staff members of Organizing Institute also need to thank because they did not leave unturned to make the conference a grand success. Also thanks to Master of Ceremony, Dr. S.Y. Ramdane sir. At last, I give thanks all those who help us directly or indirectly to make this international webinar a grand success. Once again, I express my hearty thanks to one and all Asia, IQAC Coordinator, Head Department of Chemistry and Convener GWB 2026.
Manual नहीं लूँगे procedure में.
Over to you, Sandeep sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Here we are concluding the inaugural sessions, and now move to the next section. That session is the technical session. So here I would like to invite Dr. C. Ramalingan, Dean, School of Advanced Studies, Kalasalingam Academy of Research and Education, to introduce first eminent speaker of today's international webinar, Professor L. Gomti Devi, who is the former Vice Chancellor of Maharani Cluster University, Bangalore. Sir, it's over to you.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yes.
A very good afternoon to honor all present here, respected dignitaries and dear participants. A very good afternoon. I'm honored to introduce today's first speaker, Professor L. Gomati Devi, on this auspicious occasion of the international webinar on Many Voices, One Science, that is GWB 2026. Professor L. Gomati Devi is the then Vice Chancellor of Maharani Cluster University, Bengaluru, which is a public state university of the government of Karnataka. She earned her master's degree in the year 1981 from the University of Mysore, followed by a doctoral degree in chemistry in the year 1988 from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. She was a CSIR Research Fellow from the year 1985 to 87, and she was the first woman chairperson of the Department of Chemistry, Bangalore University, between the years 2016 to 2019. As far as his research and scientific contributions are concerned, Professor Gomati Devi ranked first amongst the scientists of Bangalore University. Her research interest spans a broad spectrum of photochemistry, which involving the energy, environment, and material science. She supervised over 22 PhD scholars and 9 MPhil for their successful completion of their degrees. And she has published over 125 publications in the journals of international and national repute. She has also authored for several reviews and textbooks as well. Professor Gomati Devi served as a potential reviewer for over 50 international journals, and she has delivered a n number of invited lectures in diverse parts of the globe. Her H index is 43 and I-10 index is more than 80 with a total citation of over 9,000. As far as awards and recognitions is concerned, Professor Gomati Devi is a recipient of several awards, and a few notable ones are she ranked among the top 2% of scientists in the world for 8 consecutive years by the Stanford University. She is the recipient of Sir C.V. Raman Award in the year 2008, awarded by the government of Karnataka. She is the recipient of Lifetime Achievement Award by RYA. She was honored as the best woman scientist of the country by the Indian Council of Medical Research in the year 2016. In addition to these, she served as a committee member in various institutional level, state level, national level, and also international level scientific boards. As far as her international exposure is concerned, she has visited various countries across the globe, which includes the France, Switzerland, Italy, Netherlands, Hungary, Dubai, and China for various scientific events. Such an eminent fellow is with us today to deliver her lecture on this auspicious occasion. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I invite Professor Gomati Devi to take over the dais. Professor, please. Thanks for the opportunity given.
Thank you very much, sir. Hereafter, I would like to invite today's first eminent speaker of this webinar, Professor L. Gomti Devi, who is the former Vice Chancellor, Maharani Cluster University, Bangalore, to deliver a talk on photochemistry, energy and environment. Sir, ma'am, it's over to you. Goteke sir, please mute yourself.
Am I?
Ma'am, Gomti ma'am, are you there?
I'm there, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am.
My voice is audible, sir?
Yes, your voice is audible, but your camera may not be, you are not visible here.
I think organizers have to do something, sir. I have switched on both mic and camera.
Sir, please check. Ma'am, please start.
So please check all the mics are off. No? That is
okay. Sir, please. Once a moment, ma'am. Ma'am, you are visible now.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Professor Gurnale, sir. Swaminathan.
Ma'am, just a moment, please. Okay. A request to all the participants, please mute yourself. It's genuine request to all the participants, please mute yourself. Your voice is disturbing our webinar sessions. Ma'am, please.
Professor Prabhu, sir, Professor Narayan, sir, and Professor Lanje, sir, and Professor Rangdale, sir. I'm happy that you have invited me to give a lecture in this session. The theme is Many Voices, One Science. Today, my lecture shows that one principle, so much of applications. So, I just want to show that photochemistry, how it is helpful in energy and environment. So, energy and environment. So, it is in the year 1972, two Japanese scientists Fujishima and Honda. Sir, organize them. Shall I continue, sir? Shall I continue, sir? Can I continue, sir? So, how is photochemistry going to help in production of energy, and how it's going to save the environment is what I'm supposed to speak today. In 1972, two Japanese scientists, and Honda, they thought that they can use semiconductor can be used to do some reactions at more economical way. Let us get into this. We have plenty of water. I don't mean the drinking water in our taps. I mean the tea which we have. So if you can use the solar energy and if you can use this water, we can split the water into hydrogen and oxygen, H2O2. The thing is, you can all of us are chemistry professors, and we know that in laboratory we cannot split the water into H2 and O2. Now for that we have to go for a electrochemical cell, where in the electrochemical cell you can expect when you are doing the electrolysis to metal electrodes, you can expect the evolution of oxygen at the anode and hydrogen at the cathode. But this reaction, if you try to do it in an electrochemical cell, it needs 1.23 volts. And the activation energy involved for such a reaction is 6.5 electron volts. These two scientists, Fujishima and Honda, showed that this can be done at much lower activation energy if you are going to use semiconductors. So in the beginning, what was used was TiO2, and TiO2 is a compound. It is a semiconductor, and it has a band gap of around 3.1 to 3.2 electron volts based upon the method of operation. So this semiconductor was used, and how the experiment was done was using a semiconductor anode and a metallic cathode, preferably platinum electrode. You can split the water to hydrogen and oxygen. Now, in this whole experiment, if you try to illuminate the semiconductor, the activation energy can be drastically decreased and the reaction can be conducted much more efficiently. Now, for this, the semiconductor for illumination, it depends upon the energy, what kind of light energy you are going to use. This semiconductor, I just now told that it can be around 3.1 to 3.2 electron volts. So in that case, then we are supposed to, the suitable light energy will be UV radiation. So if you are using a UV radiation and if you are carrying out the reaction, the basic principle here is excitation of semiconductors are characterized by the half-filled valence band and empty conductor. Once you illuminate, you can excite an electron from valency band to the conduction band. Now, this electron is available at the conduction band, and a hole, whatever the vacancy is referred to as the hole. Holes are positively charged and electrons are negatively charged. Now, if this electron is getting into the circuit and if it is available at the cathode, then hydrogen production takes place at the cathode and the hole is available at the anode and it can produce the oxygen at the anode. So this is completely a redox reaction. Both reduction and oxidation takes place. Now, because of this, we are able to produce the hydrogen. This kind of research started because the energy fuels we are exhausting on the surface of Earth. So alternative energies has to be selected and we have to be investigating all these alternative energies. Now, these fossil fuels are getting over on the Earth's surface. So this research, worldwide, it took up it went on very vigorously, and every government, whether it is India or other countries, they were ready to finance this kind of projects. Now, the anode, I said it is a semiconductor electrode. If it is a semiconductor electrode, it has to be first, the compound has to be prepared, semiconductor with whatever qualities you require, you are supposed to prepare the semiconductor. You have to make it a disc and you have to electrolysis plating you are supposed to do to get the connection to make it an anode in the electrochemical cell, and the electrode, anode electrode we should be able to illuminate it. So this kind of arrangement, if you are trying to make, then you can produce hydrogen and oxygen. Oxygen at the anode and hydrogen at the cathode. And if we can collect the gases separately. But the moment Fukushima and Honda started with this experiment using TiO2, worldwide, different kinds of semiconductors they started to try. Different kinds of semiconductor, what I mean is, so it is 2,5 compounds like N or P type gallium arsenide, 2 or 6 type compounds, that is indium phosphide, N or P type, or cadmium oxide, where cadmium selenide or cadmium sulfide, cadmium telluride, all these compounds come under 2 and 6 compounds. The special compound, what can be used as a semiconductor, was silicon. Silicon had 1.1 electron volt. It was a perfect match for the solar spectrum. But the problem is, since the band gap is too low, what happens is the compound gets corroded in the experiment. The corrosion is the main problem. So there were many compounds they started, but they found out later by 1980s that it can be used. Wide band gap semiconductors only can be used, which stays stable and which does not get corroded, and it can be used repeatedly. So in this case, what happened was they started with titanates, TiO2, SrTiO3, BaTiO3, so many other titanates, they started using it. But once we started these titanates, it had a very high band gap, around 3 to 3.5 electron volts. Now, this kind of a semiconductor does not absorb any solar light because the band gap doesn't match with the solar spectrum. So what has to be done was, for using these electrodes, we are supposed to use UV radiation. So what then if you are using a light source, it is a waste of energy for us. When we are doing the experiment in the lab, it's completely okay. But if you have to do these experiments in the lab, large scale, industrial scale, then the loss of energy is higher than production of energy. So what has to be done was, we should be able to use the stable semiconductors which stands not corroded in these reactions, and we have to still further use it using solar energy. So for this, a lot of modifications started in this field for the semiconductors, like incorporation of metal ions, transition metal ions, inner transition metal ions, or non-metals into the semiconductor surface, into the semiconductor bulk lattice. So metal ions, usually based on the ionic size and the electronic configuration, it can be accommodated at the cation position, and non-metals like nitrogen and other non-metals can be incorporated at the anion site. So by doing this, we are creating a dopant level, we are creating an acceptor level, and these acceptor and donor levels can reduce the band gap, and we can surely make it response to the visible light. So this was the idea, and they did a lot of research in this way. Other than incorporating the transition of the dopants, we can do certain other modifications also, like surface modification by sensitizers and mechanical polishing, creation of defects on the surface. So various kinds of attempts were made to get the hydrogen at the cathode. Now, this kind of research went on from 80s to 90s, and most of the scientists worked and showed the efficiency, how much it can be increased. Now, if we are doing this reaction and producing hydrogen, that cell is referred to as photoelectrochemical system. But instead of producing hydrogen, we can also produce electricity. So if that is the principle we are going to use, then the system is referred to as photovoltaic system. So we can produce the electricity or we can produce the hydrogen as the fuel. So this was the research going on worldwide, and too many publications came during this period, and most of them showed how much efficient these cells are. Now, many patents were filed, and patents showed that around 6 to 7 or maximum 8% efficiency only can be got from these systems. While we are generating the energy either in form of hydrogen or in form of electricity, there was alternative started here. What was this alternate? Using the same, that is excitation of electron and creation of hole, the same system can be used to the environment also. This was referred to as photocatalysis. So here we are not using any electrochemical setup or any electrical connections or any such thing. We are just taking a cell in which you are trying to take the pollutant, whatever pollutant you want to degrade, and you are taking the semiconductor powder to be suspended in this solution. And this semiconductor powder, based on its band gap, if you are illuminating the system, oxidation reduction reactions can take place. So the chemical, whatever is the harmful chemical, you can keep reducing it or oxidizing it, and thereby you are completely removing all the contaminants. See, if the contaminant is in a higher concentration, any chemical method can be used to separate these things. But once the chemical is in parts per million concentration, the removal becomes quite difficult. But many of these pesticides, organic dyes, industrial waste, they are dumped into the river streams, and they are polluting our rivers and other water bodies. So what exactly happens is, these small amounts also are lethal doses for many animals, human beings, and birds, and all the other things. When it is in parts per million, we don't feel, okay, we are incorporating these things in the system. I think sometime back, you people remember, in some of the countries, we had banned certain soft drinks, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, some things. These were banned, and children were prohibited for taking them. Why were these drinks banned? The problem was they had pesticides. Where did the pesticides come into these soft drinks? The pesticides came from the water. So these pesticides were there in these drinks in parts per million concentration. Parts per million means 1 milligram in per liter. It may look very small, but long time use can cause a lot of harm to the living society. Now, so when this was happening, so this is photocatalysis. You are taking a suitable semiconductor, you are suspending it in a water, and you are keeping it under the light. But many poor countries, I think history is there. You can go and check it. So they started coating the semiconductor powder on the bottles. They used to fill the bottles with water. They used to keep it on the roof of the houses. So they used to get the pure water by this system in many countries. This can also be observed. Now, while this research was going on, the other process also took up acceleration, that is Fenton process. Fenton is the person, scientist name who invented this principle. Here, what exactly happened was, if you have an iron solution and if you have oxidizing agent like H2O2,
Ma'am,
this also,
sorry for disturbing you.
yes, sir.
Ma'am, can you share your presentation if you have?
No, sir, I have not made any presentation. I was talking only qualitatively, but if you want, I can share it afterwards.
Okay, no, ma'am, no. If we are supposed to know that if you are using the presentations, so other participants will see that. Okay.
Yeah, I can share it after the things because I have not got it ready now.
No issue, ma'am. No issue. Please continue.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, sir. I'm sorry. I was thinking I'm going to talk only qualitatively, not any quantitative things I'm giving here. So
It's your turn,
I'm
ma'am.
describing the different process from which this can be done more economically and more efficiently. Now, Fenton process in which also we are producing hydroxyl ions and hydrogen ions. So in photocatalysis also we used to produce hydrogen ions and hydroxyl ions. So if we are, this Fenton process became very popular in different countries. Then when photocatalysis started, people started doing photofenton process also. That means Fenton process in the presence of light. Why light is used? Because H2O2 in the presence of catalyst can generate hydroxyl radicals. So many Fenton process also took place. Advanced photofenton process, modified photofenton process, heterogeneous photofenton process, homogeneous photofenton process, etc., etc. Now, Fenton process was just Fe2 plus ions, ferrous ions with hydrogen peroxide. But if you are doing it in the presence of light, that is referred to as photofenton process. And if you are not doing with H2O2, you are doing it in presence of other oxidizing agents like ammonium persulfate. The system used to be more stable and more advantageous. Such kind of process, we called it as advanced photofenton process and modified photofenton process. Instead of using ferrous ions in the solution, if you use iron nanoparticles, then that kind of process was referred to as heterogeneous photofenton process. Homogeneous is only solution, heterogeneous is both solid and liquid is there. So heterogeneous photofenton process, homogeneous photofenton process, everything started very efficiently, and industries are using all these systems and they are trying to degrade the pollutants. So we can produce in a photoreaction, from the photoreaction using a semiconductor, we can produce energy as hydrogen, or we can produce electricity in a photovoltaic system, or we can use the same system, same principle, and you can degrade all the pollutants by oxidation and reduction reactions. These oxidation reduction reactions are so efficient that they can be applied for all pesticides, they can be applied for all like chemicals, cyanide, even cyanide can be degraded from this process. So now once a principle and once an experiment is shown, so they try to use it for different purposes. So let us see what all purposes they were able to use it. The same principle. The theme of this conference was many voices, one science. One science, many applications is what I'm going to say now. Many applications took place. Now everybody at home, they are using water purifier. Water purifier, if you have this semiconducting powder And if you are having a light appropriate wavelength matching to the semiconductor, you can degrade the pollutants when you are using this water filter. They adopted it. Water filter, water purifiers, they started taking up this principle there. Now, if you are doing these reactions in an aqueous medium, it becomes these reactions. You can do the reaction in gaseous phase also. What do I mean by gaseous phases is, you can use it in your AC, air condition. So if you are using it in the air condition, whatever pollutants are present in the room, that can also be degraded and you can get pure air for breathing. So the same principle was used to sterilize the operation theaters, and operation theaters, we know that we have to have a pure conditions. So operation theaters started using this principle and they started purifying the air in the operation theaters. The application did not stop there. I think many of you would have seen a lot of TV advertisements. I think long back, nowadays this advertisement is not seen. Either I stopped seeing TV or that advertisement itself has stopped, I do not know. A man will be sitting on the horse and a lot of horses come and a lot of dust starts accumulating on the building. So now they have shown that this kind of problems can also be solved by using this technology. What self-cleaning paint. Anyway, everybody knows that TiO2 itself is a pigment, white pigment, and if you are exposing it to the sunlight, the oxidation reduction reactions can take place in the paint itself, and you can save the building and the painting of the building. So air purifier, they can do it. Wall paintings, they can do it. Self-cleaning, car glasses can be done. So many things, they keeps on getting it. I think many of you have seen the advertisements for detergents, surf, rin, so many things are there. And even this kind of technology, once a technology is given, they try to adopt it in many ways. I think once you are wearing a white colored dress, everybody will think that if the fabric is very white, the people will think that it's very clean. No, the exact principle is they try to use some of these chemicals which can stick on to the fiber and which doesn't get rinsed. Even when you are rinsing it, it doesn't get eliminated, and that chemical, it absorbs the light and it reflects only white light. All the other color light it absorbs and reflects only white color. So that's how your fabric may look whiter than the white. So this kind of many applications we can keep on giving. And I was happy that we had given a lot of principles and lot of applications here in the semiconductor technology. And we told in our research articles that when you are taking a dopant, you have to choose such a dopant that it should be shallow doping and shallow thing, and it should not be deep trapped. So if it is getting deep trapped, the electron will not be available for the redox reactions. If it's a shallow trap, then it is available for our redox reactions. So now for this our research, even I think the two scientists, Fujishima Honda, also referred to our paper and they cited our paper. And our papers are cited in Nature, Chemical Review, and a lot of journals, and we are getting good citations. We worked on many semiconductors, starting from SRTAO3, BATAO3, and TaO2, ZNO, and SNO2, and all dopant included many cobalt ferrite, so many compounds we worked, and I think it is available, and you can check if you are interested in these topics. You can check in googlescholar.com and you can find my publications in there. We have done quite a lot, and it is appreciated in almost all the labs. And I think since my time is up, I should stop my lecture. If you have any queries, I think you can ask me, and I would be happy to answer it.
Dear participants, the session is open for discussion. If you have any queries, you can ask. Dear participants, the session is open for discussion. Please ask the question. Maybe participants don't have any questions, don't have any queries, ma'am.
The topic, it's difficult for them to pick up.
Okay, ma'am.
And techniques. Thank you for inviting me for this session. I'm happy to interact with you people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for delivering this interesting topic. And thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Just a moment. Hereafter, I would like to invite Dr. S.S. Rahangdale, Professor and Head Department of Chemistry and IQC Coordinator, to introduce next eminent speaker of today's international webinar, Dr. K. Sangeetha, Department of Chemistry, Care, Krishnan Koli, Tamil Nadu. Sir, please, it's over to you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Dr. K. Sangeetha is an assistant professor, Department of Chemistry, School of Advanced Sciences, Kalasalingam Academy of Research and Education, deemed to be university, and an accomplished electrochemist specializing in electrocatalytic water splitting and sustainable energy materials. She is a university topper and gold medalist with a strong academic foundation. Completed her PhD at CSIR, CECRI, and has made impactful contribution to HER, OER, and nanostructured electrocatalyst through high-quality international publications. Her work has earned global recognition as one of the world's top 2% scientists by Stanford University, and she is deeply committed to mentoring and inspiring young women to pursue confident, inclusive careers in sciences. So I request Madam, and title of today's webinar is My Journey in Sciences, Finding Strength in My Voice. Over to you, sir. Sandeep, sir.
Thank you, sir. Here I would like to invite Dr. K. Sangeetha, Department of Chemistry, Care, Krishnan Coil, Tamil Nadu, to deliver a talk on My Journey in Science, Finding Strength in My Voice. So, ma'am, I'm requesting you to please deliver the talk.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, Nikhil sir, for your kind introduction. First of all, I will share the slides. Is the slides are visible, sir?
Yeah, ma'am. The slides are visible.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I feel really happy and thankful for this to be a part of this wonderful event. Many voices, one science. So tomorrow we have a very big day. It is the day of International Day of Women and Girl in Science. So regarding this, giving the lecture on women in science, I feel really happy, and I really thank the organizers for inviting me for this a great lecture, great international webinar. I personally thank Dr. Swaminathan sir and Dr. E.R. Nagarajan sir and Rangdil sir and Vasudevan sir. And before starting my lecture on women in science, I would like to begin with science itself. So science, so the slides are visible, sir?
Yes. Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. So about science, science begins with simple question, why? So it is our way of asking question about the world, it is why. And more importantly, whatever question we are asking to science, it will reply with evidences, not with any assumptions, not with any belief. So if you ask question to science, any question, so it will give the evidences. And science gives the help us to understand who we are and where we came from and how this world around us really works. And most importantly, science transforms curiosity into innovations and knowledge and idea into solutions and knowledge into technology. And most importantly, science helps us to think, it train our mind actually to think and get the solution and shape our future. So once knowing about what science really is, the next question what we ask is how it really impact in our daily everyday life. So in my level of curiosity, is it really possible to think the world without science? Because whatever we are enjoying, whatever the comforts and benefits we are enjoying is completely because of its scientific evolution. Starts from healthcare, the medicinal inventions, discoveries for even considered as non-curable diseases like cancer or whatever it is, the medicinal inventions and disease diagnosing equipments. So without any science, it is unimaginable. The survival rate becomes very difficult. And when you think about the energy, already we are excess with population, with energy demands. And if it is not imaginable without science, everything will be shadow. So whatever we are considering as modern life, like clean water, electricity, transport, and communication, all exist because of the science and like scientific innovations and scientific research, what we are making actually. So without science, doesn't make our life simpler. It makes the life possible. So once knowing about what exactly science play in our exact role, so it is science is not any species or anything. It will evolve over a period of time. We are the people who really work in the science and did many innovations and discoveries to evolve the science over a period of time. So in this line, women are who really did so many works, so many achievements. They are the integral part of this nation. They are the integral part of science across the world and across disciplines. And they are majorly contributing in many important fields like physics, chemistry, medicine, energy, and even space science, whatnot. So among globally, women are women global researchers. They are 1/3 of the numbers. So we can strongly say women have a strong tendency of, they are the contributors and the interdisciplinary thinkers who mainly contribute in science. And I strongly believe that science grows stronger when women are part of discovery. So this is evidenced by some of the famous achievers who done a great breakthrough in science. Starts from Janaki Ammal. She mainly worked on plant genetics and she discovered many sugarcane varieties. She developed many sugarcane varieties. And comes Asima Chatterjee. She discovered many life-saving medicines like malaria and cancer. And our well-known Tessie Thomas, she worked and she is a part of developing the mission technology, Agni mission system in India. And our great Kalpana Chawla, she is an astronaut and aerospace engineer who expanded science, space science and explorations. And in globally, we have a great woman, Mary Curie, who discovered the radioactivity, and she is the winner of 2 great Nobel Prizes. And Rosalind Franklin, she is the one who gave the evidence for double stranded nature of DNA. And Jennifer Doudna, she worked on what we are considering as advanced technology. She worked on gene editing. And Ada Lovelace, She is the one, it is unimaginable, she is the one who wrote the first computer analog for computer systems. So we have a series of lists here which proves that women are capable of doing many scientific breakthroughs in the history and in current scenario also. And not with just numbers, yeah, as I have limitedly shown the numbers, they have a great participation in science. Here we can clearly see from the graph, over a period of time, 1980, it starts from 1980 to 2025, the percentage have increased tremendously, like 15% to 35%. It doesn't simply shows that the rising nature of women participation, it strongly shows their contribution in science. Because of the awareness we have created, women also should get the education and they should get the research opportunities and funding agencies, government funding agencies they are providing, and government policies. So this number, it is quite showing 20% increase over 1980 to 2025. But the question is it, the data shows, is it really means that women are getting equal opportunity? That is my question also. And the answer is no. So this is the data from UNESCO. It is a shocking data. As we can see, this is the graph of UNESCO recently updated 2025 about the women in science globally. So as we can see that below the x-axis shows that percentage of women contribution in science. So this starts from 15, 20, 25. So what we are calling as the technologically developed countries like South Korea, China, and Japan, Germany, France, even they are technologically developed, the data shows that still the women in science, the percentage of women contribution in science is below 30 to 35%. Why so? That is surprising for all of us. So why so? Even we are seeing in primary level of educations compared to even a boy child, most of us encouraged they should equally get educated. But how this number is keep on decreasing even in the year of 2025? Here comes the data. So this is the graph which shows that. So women, their girl children, they are entering primary and secondary educations, the level of percentage is 50%. So after completing the primary and secondary educations, once they enter into the degree positions, the rate was decreased to 35%. And in the PhD level, it is still reduced to 30%. And the most crucial part is the senior, after getting the degrees and going into the positions, higher level positions, how it is reduced to 10 to 15%. So it starts from 50. And once all the degrees are completed, the level of getting higher positions or decision-making positions, it is reduced to 10 to 15%. It is really what we have to look on it. There are many reasons why there's still women candidates are not filling the senior positions, because they are quite thinking like prioritizing the family commitment first and the breaks. So in the peak of their career, like the age of 25 to 30, they has to contribute in family and they has to contribute. It is the serious time of doing research also. So if you take break in the meantime of research, getting back to research is more difficult. And most of the women, what they are really thinking is the break after the interest of research, slowly they are moving to academic positions and child care. Even after getting the job itself, the sustainability over getting senior positions with internal politics and gender bias. So that makes the women to sit in the topmost positions, what I really think. So the challenge is not entry, it is retention, recognition, and leadership. And this is not only from the data of UNESCO, from the history itself, the great inspiration reflects from global scientific leaders also. From India and throughout the country, many of the great peoples have mentioned about the importance of women in science. Here, our former great president, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, he stressed that empowering women in science is essential for national progress. And also the Albert Einstein, the great scientist, men and women should be equally educated. Intelligence has no gender. He really wants to stress that women should be educated. And Carl Sagan, he's a astronaut who really worked in cosmos studies. What he stressed is we cannot waste half of the intelligent potential. What he mentioned is women potential should be there, their contribution should be there. So all this data evidenced that women should be empowered with education and in higher positions, even with the great knowledge. So what can we really do? As we have seen the data, what is the exact percentage they are participating? So what exactly can be the strategy to improvise women in science? Here I have given very few points. The points look simple, but we have to be very serious. And if considering all these points, I hope that we can bring many number of women candidates in science. So starts from the equality should start from family itself. We should grow our children equally. Even it can be girl children or boy children, we have to treat them equally and give the education equally. And we have to encourage and tell them the importance of science. Also, those who are achieved in science, women who are achieved in science, has to show the guide, show the path to how we have to grow and how we have to sustain in science. And government also need to provide. Already they are giving more funds, and government has to give more funding agencies and grants to promote increasing the number of women. And even after getting the positions in major institutes, we have to keep on monitoring. The gender bias should not be there, and we should be monitored properly. And what my feeling is, here is the main point: work-life support. There should be flexibility in work, child care. These things are mainly stopping the women to reach the higher levels. And the recognition award should be keep on facilitated to encourage the women in science. So here I have listed few of the research fellowships which is available in India. For PhD, that is University Grant Commission. For Department of Science and Technology, they are giving DST Inspire Fellowship and CSIR. So this is common for both men and women, and a few of them are particularly for women, like Women Scientist Schemes and Single Girl Child Fellow. So I have given few of the postdoctoral fellowship also, like DST Inspire Faculty Fellowship, Ramanujan, and the foreign postdoc fellowships also, like Fulbright, Humboldt, and Marie Curie Fellowship also. So you can take the screenshot. It will be useful for the upcoming researchers. In our Kalasalingam University also, we are greatly giving the opportunities and platform for women to offer a PhD programs and postdoctoral programs, and giving the stipends and fellowship for full-time scholars and research incentive for publications. And we are giving the facility for research labs and instrumentation, access for instrumentation facilities. And for faculty level also, if for the new faculty members to encourage their research activities, our Kalasalingam University, they are offering seed money seed money funding for encouraging the upcoming researchers. And we have the women empowerment cell and the internal complaint committee also to keep on support the women and keep them safe in environment. So my path of getting education is also not so simple. So being a middle class family and getting education, completed PhD in the near 30s with the societal pressure of late marriage. Even you can be a rank holder or gold medalist, or you can have a fellowship to carry PhD. So the success is not about academic success. It is about whether you are being a good woman, good wife, or good children. You are a good homemaker, or you are a good mother. So that profile seems very important to consider the women as a successful women. And in my case, my father is a great support, who is my backbone, who encouraged and identified my skill to become in this position. So here I am giving very few discussion about, here I'm giving presentation in my field, hydrogen technology. So I just started my research work on developing various catalytic systems, particularly transition metal-based catalytic systems for hydrogen and oxygen evolution reactions, generally called as water splitting reactions. So my field of expertise is electrochemistry. So this is some of the very important applications of with the help of electrochemistry. So electrochemistry, as we well aware about that, it is a branch of chemistry where the electrons really plays to do any electrochemical reactions, and it was converted as chemical energy into electrical energy and electrical energy into chemical energy. And it electrochemistry, with the help of electrochemistry, we have a wide number of applications. Those are current energy scenario applications, like it starts from electrochemical sensor and corrosion prevention, battery storage, green hydrogen production, and electroplating, metal extraction, and metal refining also. So electrochemistry is considered as the core subject, which is the currently considered as hot field to produce as a sustainable energy for future. So what my area of research is hydrogen technology. So I'll give a very brief introduction about what is hydrogen technology. Excuse me. So about hydrogen technology. So as we are mainly depend on, for our energy demands, we are mainly depends on fossil-based resources, which is completely non-renewable energy resources. It will be vanished very soon by 2060s. And also it emits huge amount of greenhouse gas like carbon dioxide. So that is the dangerous one, which certainly increase the global temperature up to 2 to 3 degrees centigrade. And this depletion makes us alert to finding the alternate resource for such fossil-based resources. So in this line, hydrogen is considered as the highest energy density of 142 megajoule per kilogram, which is relatively huge, as we can see from the specific energy picture. Compared to any other resource, hydrogen is having the topmost specific energy. So the former lecture, which was given by Dr. Gomadi Devi Madam, she very sweetly explained about what exactly the anodic and cathodic process about producing hydrogen. So yes, electrolysis is splitting of water into hydrogen and oxygen. It is a complete two-cell reaction, like hydrogen will be evolved at cathodic region and oxygen will be evolved at anodic region. So this is not a simple process because it looks like it is splitting water into hydrogen and oxygen. Because of its stable, like it is water having octet configuration, it is quite similar like octet configuration. So it is liquid in the room temperature. If you want to split hydrogen into oxygen and water, theoretically we have to give 1.23 volt. Theoretically, but it will take more potential that, well, that is what we are generally called as ore potential. So for producing such hydrogen, there are many methods are available, not only with photoelectrochemical method or generally with water electrolysis. We have many methods like steam reforming or using metal hydrates or photoelectrochemical methods. Consider to any other method, hydrogen splitted from water electrolysis having a great advantages. Few I have listed here. See here in water electrolysis, it doesn't require any harmful condition like high temperature or pressure conditions where we are applying in steam reforming. It will go up to 1500, 1600 degrees centigrade. And as I mentioned, we have to give the potential nearly 1.23. to split the water. So that potential we can get from renewable energy resources, and the obtained hydrogen is highly pure as 99.9%, which is very pure, and that is possible only with water electrolysis. And it doesn't produce any harmful gases like greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide or any other gases, only water as byproduct in water electrolysis. And this method is comparatively very fast and doesn't produce any toxic gases also. So from these great advantages, we can strongly believe that hydrogen will be considered to produce massive amount to fulfill our energy demands. This is not by our idea. Globally, many countries, even the Paris agreements, they have fixed the targets and termed the policies to produce massive amount of hydrogen by 2030. Even India, our Modi ji government also, they have funded nearly 20,000 crores to produce, to develop the plant and produce the hydrogen to meet the energy demands. So this is a complete blueprint of hydrogen generated coupled with fuel cell system. So here we can clearly see the stacking system of generated along with where the hydrogen is produced, and that was insert to hydrogen fuel cell to produce electricity. So in the hydrogen generator, there are three main components are need to be considered if one want to develop a hydrogen generator, which is catalyst, a membrane system, and the bipolar plates. Generally, water electrolysis can be carried both alkaline and acidic medium. In case of acidic medium, which is considered as quite costly technology, but the efficiency wise compared to anion exchange membrane, AEM, alkaline water electrolyzer, the PEM electrolyzer is showing quite better performance comparatively. Here in acidic medium, the catalyst, what we are considered state of what is iridium, ruthenium and platinum based, which is considered rare earth metals, which is costly also. And the membrane system, what we are using for acidic medium is Nafion membrane. It is a polymeric membrane. And the bipolar plates, because of its acidic nature, the bipolar plates is made of titanium. So with the hydrogen generator, once we started to stack it to produce massive amount of hydrogen, the overall cost of all these components increased drastically. So that is the main drawback of this hydrogen generator. So compared to higher acidic medium, alkaline condition, it doesn't require that much of harmful condition because it is because of its alkaline nature. Here the catalytic system is, we can go for transition metal based catalytics, and where I'm really working, we can go for mostly with the 3D transition metal based catalyst metal systems like nickel cobalt based systems are more viable for the alkaline conditions. And in membrane also, we can use a less cost polypropylene based polymers. And bipolar plates, here what we are really using is stainless steel. So compared to acidic medium, what we really use in alkaline condition is, the cost wise it is very less. And
बिना तुम इतने कॉन्फिडेंस से बोल रहे थे मेरे से, अरे मैडम आप क्या बात कर रही हो, मतलब हम लोग को शौक थोड़ी आ रहा है यहाँ आके
so cost wise very less compared to acidic medium. So what I have really working on is developing transition metal catalytic systems for this hydrogen generator. So as we have discussed about the great advantages of water electrolysis, what stops it still thinking to be a developing technology, not a developed technology, because it has the 50 years of history. Water electrolysis have nearly 50 years of history. Still, it is considered as developing technology, not a developed technology like batteries. Their success we are seeing every day in road as e-vehicles. But water electrolysis, we are not having any unit in our homes to produce hydrogen and our fuel cells for electricity. What exactly the problem is? Because of its huge potential loss. So as I mentioned, it is 1.23, but practically it won't happen at 1.23. The over potential loss is the main drawback with the water electrolysis, and also the because of its reaction condition, we really required with the less free energy catalytic systems, mainly platinum-based system, noble metals are quite costly, and the separation of hydrogen from oxygen also very difficult. Once it is coupled, hydrogen and oxygen, it is like hydrogen bomb. So we have to be more conscious on separation of hydrogen and oxygen. And the most crucial part is membrane system. If you are preparing a very good catalyst, even a superior catalyst considers state of art, but the membrane is not working good. If it is not working good, the complete system will be collapsed. So considering all these difficulties in the field of water electrolysis, what can be the opportunities? What I'm really working on is developing a stable and less costly catalytic system for producing large amount of hydrogen, which is, we have many strategies like incorporation of minimum amount of noble metals with transition metals, or creating defects and vacancies with the catalytic surface and study their kinetics over the mechanism. And because of both their mechanism is different. In case of OER, oxygen evolution reaction, it is a 4-proton, 4-electron transfer process. So it ultimately, it is the rate determining step, which grabs more potential for this water splitting reaction. And hydrogen evolution is a 2-proton, 2-electron reaction. I started at the potential of 0, hydrogen start to evolve. So coupling these two half-cell reactions, we have to develop a bifunctional electrocatalytic system. There are last 10 years, there are huge amount of paper studies, articles were published with a different kind of materials to make this research possible, to make the hydrogen as really works to with low cost. And what I have done so far is, I have developed many catalytic system for oxygen evolution and hydrogen evolution reaction. Here we can see that oxygen evolution reaction, since it is the anodic part and it is mostly in the alkaline region, the catalyst what we have chosen mainly is transition metal based catalytic system. And in case of HER, it is quite a noble metal based catalytic system. So from this study, I have given very few results, which is showing better performance even compared with the state-of-art system, which is the institute developed a nickel-based system. After the institute developed, it was converted to nickel oxyhydroxide over GDL surface. So after their activation, the energy can be, the current level will be hugely increased, as we can see from the graph. And if one want to develop a perfect catalytic system for water electrolysis, these are the main points what I have given here. The catalyst should be highly surface active, and it should be more conductive, and it should be more intrinsic activity, like it should be more turnover frequency and Faraday efficiency. These things should be more concerned about developing a sustainable and long-term catalyst for water electrolysis. And apart from this, what we have recently started in our group, what we are really doing is developing a membrane system. As I mentioned, anion exchange membrane is we can do for quite less cost. This is the membrane system what we are currently working on. This is polypropylene based catalytic membrane system. And with this membrane system, the catalyst what we have developed in our laboratory and integrated with catalyst and membrane, we have made the cell of the active area of 10 cross 10, and we have done the maximum study of 48 hours with the hydrogen producing capacity of 25 liters per hour. So what the main difficulty associated with this system is, if we do a business of spending money of 100 rupees, and the profit what we are telling is, if you're getting 120 rupees, then it is called a profitable business. Even the business is success, always we will think about the profit. So here the hydrogen is produced. What the real problem is, here we are giving the input potential as 2 volt. So after the hydrogen is generated, when it is inserted into the fuel cell system, the output potential, what we are saying is electricity, it is less than 2 volt. So as I mentioned, it has many reasons. But the main problem associated with this technology is the energy loss. So we currently working on less cost anion exchange membrane based technology associated with the transition metal systems as catalyst. And in our group, we are mainly working on electrocatalysis for, we have the electrocatalysis group also, and developing various catalytic designs for various applications. In our department, we have a variety of applications and with electrocatalysis. And we are collaborating with many international and national laboratories regarding this hydrogen technology. And also we have a field expertise in electroorganic conversions and electrochemical anodization, corrosion. And so this is all about hydrogen technology. Thank you for this great opportunity. I really thank IUPAC and ACT and Jagat College and our Kalasaling University for giving this wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for delivering an interesting topic that will be helpful in our future. Thank you very much, ma'am. Hereafter, I would like to invite Dr. W.J. Mishram, IQAC member and associate professor and head department of geology, to introduce next eminent speaker of today's international webinar, Dr. K. Geetha, associate professor and head PG and research department of chemistry, Muthurangam, Government Arts College, Vellore, India. Ma'am, it's over to you.
Good evening, one and all. Myself, Dr. Vasudha Jagdish Mishram, Associate Professor and Head Department of Zoology, Jagat College, Goregaon, on the occasion of international webinar on Many Voices, One Science, IUPAC GWB 2026. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Dr. Geetha, who will be speaking to us today on nanotechnology, expanding horizons across diverse sectors. Dr. Geetha, K. Geetha, is Associate Professor and Head of Post-Graduation and Research Department of Chemistry, Muthurangam Government Arts College, Vellore. Ma'am has over 28 years of experience in the field of chemistry. Madam has done her post-graduation in MSc Chemistry from MGA College, Vellore, Madras, first rank, and she has got gold medal and PhD from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore in 2000 with Best Thesis Award for the year 2000-2001, and for the again Madam has got gold medal for her doctorate. Madam has worked as an ex-vice president, and presently EC member of RUSAC, member of TNSF, academic council member of her institute, and DKMC Vellore, member of board of studies of different autonomous college of Chennai with editorial membership of Frontiers in Chemistry. She has worked as an examiner of MSc, MPhil, PhD in chemistry and reviewers for various journals. Also served as a resource person and judge for many events in seminar and conferences. Dr. K. Geetha ma'am has received about 24 awards and certificates and honors with very valuable achievements in her academic period. She has guided 47 MPhil and 12 PhD students, and presently 5 PhD students working under her valuable guidance. She has attended and presented many papers in national and international conferences, as well as served as a chairperson, and also delivered invited talks in many seminars and conferences. Madam has completed 4 major and minor research projects from 2009 to 2021 with different agencies such as UGC, DST, etc. She has published 70 papers in reputed international journals with impact factor ranging up to 6.28. Her research work with articles are cited by 1625. The H index and I-10 index are 15 and 19 respectively. We are honored to have Dr. K. Geeta Madam with us today. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Geeta Ma'am. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for this such a brief introductions of Dr. Geeta. Hereafter, I would like to invite Dr. K. Geeta to deliver talk on nanotechnology expanding horizons across the diverse sector. Uh, Ma'am, it's over to you.
Thank you, sir. A very good evening to one and all present in this forum. At first, I would like to thank the organizing committee and a special thanks to Dr. Swaminathan, sir, who actually gave me this opportunity. I'd also like to thank Mishra ma'am for the kind introduction about me. Now, before going to the topic, I'll just share my screen and then we'll go on to this. Hope the screen is visible.
Yeah, ma'am. The screen is visible.
Yes. Am I audible also, the sound?
Yes, ma'am. You can proceed, ma'am.
Yeah. Well, today we are going to see the topic nanotechnology, expanding horizon across diverse sectors. Now, before going to the topic, I would like to quote the words of Alfred North Whitehead. According to him, the aim of science is to seek the simplest explanation of complex facts. So, with this aim, I would like to move on to the topic. Yeah. Well, we are all aware that we are assembled over here today to celebrate the Global Women Breakfast with the title Many Voices, One Science. It's really true, like the science is always one, but we all have different opinions and we all work in a different area and we give our results. Now, the main aim is to celebrate the accomplishments of women in science to inspire younger generations to pursue careers in science. And today, I'm sure that this one is a forum where all the organizers have achieved this because they are just celebrating our accomplishments and you're all trying to inspire the younger generation to pursue career in science. Well, when you consider this particular profile, when you see itself, I'm sure we all know it's a catalysis reaction profile. Now here you can see the dotted ones is a uncatalyzed reaction. Now in this dotted one was a historical barrier. It was long, long back ago when the women scientists were facing this problem and the activation energy was very high. But there were certain women in chemistry who really acted as catalysts and they lowered the activation energy. And today, for chemists like us, the profile is like this with lower activation energy, and we are able to come up and accomplish what we want. But for that, many scientists, women scientists, have sacrificed their life. Now, when you can see all these photos, you can see here all the women, they were not given the main position. They were all given the ancillary position to support the main scientists. A very few could accomplish like Madame Curie and so on. So I would say the main agents of reaction or the catalysts, here you can see there are 8 catalysts and they were honored in the catalyst series. To name few, Chang, she was one of from the Harvard Medical School and she co-founded Tanox by applying genetic engineering to find remedies for asthma and allergies. Then we have Shah, Kiran Majumdar Shah, and she built India's largest biotech corporation, Asia's chief producer of insulin and innovator in diabetes treatment. We also have Korn, and she had built her own high-tech instruments We have Good, who had pioneered in Morse wire spectroscopy, reducing years of work into an afternoon. We have Darrow, who had assisted her husband, and she was the key role in inventing a water analysis system, and she created the market herself. We also have Hammond, and she had developed a spray coating that uh, helps blood clot instantly for soldiers. See, this is the most important thing for soldiers. When they get wounded, the blood has to be clotted. And we also have polymers that increase solar cell power storage. All these 8 women, and there are many, many more women scientists, and because of their struggle, they acted as catalysts, and today we have a very peaceful life. Our thing is, I would say, our path is a bed of roses. And the main formula of success for them was curiosity, resilience, impact focus, and fearlessness. So I think this is for all of us. Now, moving on to the topic, when you want to talk about the scientific revolution, the first revolution is believed to have started from 1780, and it lasted till 1840, which was based in United Kingdom, and that was a period when steam engine, textile industry, and mechanical engineering flourished. The second revolution started from 1840 and lasted till 1900, which was based in Europe, and that during this period, railways and steel industry flourished. The third revolution, you can see it ranged from 1900 to 1950, which was based in United States, and during this period, we had electric engine, heavy chemicals flourished. The fourth revolution is believed to have started from 1950, and it's believed that it's going on even today. And this period, the major inventions were synthetics, organic chemicals, and computers. The fourth revolution is believed to be not yet over, but the fifth revolution has already started from 2000 onwards. And now a big question mark is, it's based on which country, whether it's China, India, or Brazil. And that we'll know only when we go to the sixth revolution. And now the major technology, what people are witnessing, is the nanotechnology and molecular manufacturing. Nanotechnology is not something new, though we say it's the fifth generation we are witnessing nanotechnology. But you can see these very beautiful paintings over here. And these paintings, when you look, they're all painted with the bright colors. And these colors are, you can see over here, all these are gold nanoparticles. When you vary the size of the gold nanoparticles, you get vibrant colors like this. So people have been using it, unaware of the fact that because of the nano size, the colors were different. So it's not something new. Well, it was in 1959 when Richard Feynman, the famous scientist, when he was giving a lecture at American Physical Society, he just said there's plenty of room at the bottom. He didn't just stop by saying there's plenty of room at the bottom. He asked many questions. He asked, why can't we manipulate material atom by atom? Imagine 1 mole contains almost 6.023 into 10 power 23 more atoms. So he asked, why can't we manipulate materials atom by atom? Why can't we control the synthesis of individual molecules? Why can't we write all of human knowledge on the head of a pin? Why can't we build machines to accomplish these things? So if you see the year in 1959, he talked about it. And he was a quite lucky person because within a short span of time in 1965, his work was recognized and he was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics. The citation carried capability to manipulate, control, assemble, produce, and manufacture things at atomic precision. So the next very big thing is very, very small, we all know. And there's a very subtle difference between the nanoscience and nanotechnology. So everything, they go hand in hand. For example, what you call a nanosciences, when you prepare nanoscience, nanomaterials and study their chemical and physical properties of nanomaterials, we say that branch belongs to nanoscience. Whereas nanotechnology is the application of this science to develop new products, turning nanostructures into usable tools. Now, you may ask, now what is so important, like when you talk about nanomaterial, what actually is a nanomaterial? When you see this video, you'll understand or you'll be able to appreciate what a nanometer is. Now you can see I can see a person is there in a meter scale. If I want to reduce his size by 1,000 times, he'll come to the milli scale. And his size is comparable to the head of the pen or the tip of a pencil. Fine. I think you will be able to appreciate this. But when I want to reduce the size by another 1,000 times, he will become a microsubstance and quite invisible with the red blood cells. Again, when I reduce his size by another 1,000 times, he will become in a nanoscale and he will be invisible with the water molecules. So this is, I hope that you have understood what a nanometer scale is. Now, when you have a nanometer scale, the next question arises is, though in 1959 he talked about it, and in 1965, like he was awarded the Nobel Prize, but we say that this flourished only now. The reason behind this is only the instruments came into emergence, or they emerged only in 1980, the instrument which could act as eyes and fingers. So only after that we could see all these things. Now, when you say there is a nano size, nanomaterial, so what? When you have a cube over here, you can see this cube has got certain surface area. But the moment I break into 8, the surface area increases. When again I break into 8, the surface area increases, and the more and more you break it, the surface area increases, and when the surface area increases, its activity also increases. For examples, when you want to consider a 30 nanometer ion particle has a surface to volume ratio, when you want to compare, has only 5% on the surface. When I reduce its size by 1/3, that means it is 10 nanometer particle, you can see 20% on the surface. The moment I reduce its size by another 1/3, then a 3 nanometer particle has almost 50% atoms on the surface. So greater the number of atoms, greater will be their activity. So when the size decreases, it has effect on various factors like melting point, reactivity, conductivity, strength, and light emission. There are two approaches. One is the bottom up and the other one is top down. In the top down, you can see a bigger one is broken into smaller one. For example, when a sculptor takes a rock and just does the work and carving and he makes some idol. Whereas the bottom up, you start with a smaller one and end up with a nanomaterial. For example, you have Watson and Crick DNAs. When you consider here the buckyball, it's almost 70% compressed, but you know it is twice hard as diamond, which we consider as the hardest substance. And here, when you talk about the carbon nanotubes, they are 200 times stronger than steel, but only 1/6 as heavy. They have got high conductivity. Nanoparticles, we as chemists, we consider the catalytic activity, they exhibit enormous activity. the nanowires which acts as biosensors. See, these are not only application oriented, but they are also very beautiful when you look under the SEM and all those things. Can you see here? It's like a stadium. Here it's a flower-like. So even the appearance of nanoparticles are very good. When you talk about the nanotechnology application in computers, it just started like you have carbon nanotubes, you have nanorods, nanodots, you have memristor. Memristor is nothing but you have a parallel wires. Again, you put perpendicular wires to the parallel wires. The intersection point, we call it as a memristor. And these memristor act as a memory cell. And you know, before the ICDs, the size of the chips were 65 nanometer to 45 nanometer, but later with the help of nanotechnology, you have 22 nanometer chips. And the application of that is because we are able to have faster and smaller, less energy consumption, you have high speed, and they are more accurate. When you consider here on the extreme right, you have a room size computer. I remember when we were doing the PhD, there used to be Computer Education Research Center. We used to access that computer by sitting in our lab. So that was in the past. But in the present, all of you are having a personal computing, each one of you. And in the future, believe me, all of us are going to be surrounded by many computers. For example, when you see, you can switch on the TV with the remote, fan, tube lights, and so on. So each one of us are going to be surrounded by many computers. And nanowires and nanotubes, they act as nanoscale sensors. Now, I come from a place called Vellore, and this is quite famous in Tamil. People say that Vellore is Veyulu. That's a place of hot. It's very hot. And here we can harness solar energy, not only in Vellore, but almost in India, because here we have ample sunlight. And when you harness the solar sunlight, you can convert the light in sunlight into the light energy using the solar cells. When you talk about the traditional one, they are quite expensive and you can't expect long return on investment. Whereas when you talk about the dye sensitized one, they are relatively inexpensive and you can expect short return on investment. When you consider the solar cells, I'll just show one thing. For example, simply you can take silicon one. Here, when the light falls on the solar cells, basically it ejects the electron, goes to light the pump, and again when the circuit completes, it comes and nullifies the positive charge. See, always friends, when we say, they have to be very good. When you are in a circle of bad friends, like gone our case. But Richard Feynman was very lucky enough to have a friend called Hibbs. He was a mathematician. When they were talking about this nanotechnology, he said, how it will be if you can swallow a robo and it will go inside, locate where the valve is faulty, and it will take the knife and carry out the surgery. And this, both of them had talked way back in 1965. And today we have nanosurgery, nanorobotic surgery coming into picture. When you talk in terms of medicine, the major challenge for the medical people are two challenges. One is to cure the incurable cancer disease, and the other one is to give a targeted drug delivery. Now, when you consider here, you have healthy cells and cancerous cells. When a radiation therapy is given, both the healthy cells gets destroyed. So it's a traumatic not only for the cancer patient, but the people who accompany them. But later on now, you have nanoshells, which goes and covers your cancerous cell And later when you irradiate it, only the cancerous cell die. You can see all the green one has dead and the pink ones, the healthy cells, are quite intact and happy. Now here a patient is there and this patient is having a lump in the neck. Now he has been injected with a medicine and this preferentially goes to the cancerous cell. You can see it's going over here. Only that particular place it's going and it's getting absorbed. And after it is being absorbed by the dye, now an external needle will be injected. You can see over here. When the external needle is injected, you can see what happens is it just goes in, and when it gets poked, then it is being heated up, and the heat is being taken up by the dye cells, and they just get heated up and they destroy the tumor, and which is being resorbed by the body. So this is a major one. The next one is the targeted drug delivery. When you talk about the healthcare system, if you have a stomach pain, we take painkiller. If you have a headache, you take a painkiller. But what happens is 99% of the drug doesn't go to the place where actually it has to. Now here if you see a person is being pricked by a rusted nail. We all know when you are being pricked by this, we are supposed to take TT injection. And it is an injection, it goes to the whole body. But if you think of a nanorobo, it can go and the robo can take the medicine and go to the particular place where it is being infected. You can see here it's traveling and goes, it retracts, and when it retracts, it gives the medicine to the targeted area. And that medicine basically destroys the tetanus. So this kind of a work which we are expecting, it's in the process, and in the future it will be the major thing. You can see how it's destroying the whole tetanus. Yeah, it's being destroyed. And you might have seen, maybe the students, you might have seen your grandparents, when they give the blood for testing, they give in a syringe, 1 or 2 syringe to have a complete blood test done. But in the future, you will have a lab on the test. Can take 1 drop of a blood. Now we are doing it for detecting the sugar. But in the future, you will have a drop of blood can give you the complete blood counts, and all the diagnosis can be done very easily with a simple 1 drop of blood. And the surgery will also be very, what do you say, because of the accurate surgery will be there. You can see a nanorobo repairing the RBCs. The next problem, as the earlier speaker, madam, also pointed out, is a pollution. When you talk about the pollution, we know for clean Ganges how much amount was spent. Also to clean the Marina Beach, also how much amount has been spent by the government. But you know, this person, the scientist, he is working with the water. This is a clean water, and he's taking a dirty water, he's pouring into it, and after pouring it, the water gets contaminated, which is not fit for drinking. But now he is going to add some nano substance, you can see over here, which is going to, see, he's just putting it, and which is going to take all the contamination, and he's just taking off that nano particles. Now he just decants, and see, he's drinking that water. So all those things is possible because of nanotechnology. And we have smart TV, where you can do everything what you can do with the mobile and computers. You have smart fridge. When sometimes you happen to clean your fridge, you'll see how much food we waste. But when you have a smart fridge, it will tell you when the food has to be replenished, and that can be done. Smart computers with smell that can tell you before your first sneeze that you're going to catch cold. Smart glass, which can be used to read the mail, everything using glass itself. You have mobiles. I remember the first mobile was like a brick size. But today we have a very handy and lightweight mobiles. And in future, we'll have mobiles like this, an artificial heart over here, an eye writer, especially people
Retire झाला पण खूपच
just bound to bed and they are not able to communicate.
हो.
By the movement of their eyes, they can tell, they can write what they want to convey. All these are possible because of nanotechnology. You can see here a washing machine. Many people, they have washing machine, but they don't use washing machine because the water it consumes is quite large. But by the invention of the nylon beads, the water consumption can be reduced. I remember the speaker when I was a kid, I witnessed was a huge speaker like this. But today we know in cars and all, we have such a smaller one. But in the future, you will have a paper-like speakers. So that's all about what nanotechnology is about. So a small piece of work I'm just going to share with you. The copper nanoparticles and its oxide nanoparticles we had synthesized in our lab. This is a synthetic methodology. And you can see here we started with the copper 2 and ended up with the copper oxide nanomaterials. And we just wanted to study its larvicidal activity. These were the precursors we started. And you can see the precursors LC50 values were this, whereas the nanoparticles which we prepared had very less LC50 value. Similarly, LC90 also, if you can see here, the nanoparticles lethal concentration 90% was less compared to your precursors. And as a chemist, we always want to think about the catalytic activity. So we wanted to carry out the Ullmann condensation, which is a cross-coupling of halides and phenols, where we ended up with the diaryl ethers. We had prepared the nanomaterials by two methods, and to our surprise, the yield was quite high when we used our nanomaterials. And the most milestone, what we observed was that we could carry out the reaction at 60 degrees Celsius and the maximum yield was there. Whereas the conventional Ullmann, the reaction had to be carried out at 200 degrees Celsius and 80% was the yield. And the other one, we worked with the silver oxide nanoparticles. We used the longan fruit, and using this extract, we prepared this and we subjected it to the antioxidant activity. Now you can see almost we compared to the ascorbic acids, the percentage of scavenging was quite comparable with the standard one. And we subjected it to cytotoxic activity. So as the concentration increased, we could see the cell viability increased. That means the percentage of cancer cell growth inhibition was found to be high with the increasing concentration of silver oxide nanoparticles. And we also carried out the photocatalytic degradation of rhodamin B, and we could see with time the dye was degraded because of our catalyst. And now, instead of wasting chemicals, so the first step to the research is the theoretical research. So we carried out the calculations to find out the HOMO-LUMO orbitals of all the 9 phytoconstituents which were present in the longan fruit. And what we did was we carried out the docking studies, and to our surprise, we found it was a routine moiety which entered into the HER2 protein breast cancer cell. And because of these interactions, the pi-pi bond stacking and hydrogen bonds, basically it just entered into the cavity of the protein and completely inhibited the activity of HER2 protein. So this is a theoretical study what we have done, and that can be extended to the practicals in the future. So finally, if you see, I just want to share how our future will be. So when you have something with the nano-treated one, it will not get affected. You can see here, and this is the untreated one, which will be dirty enough. You can see this bolt also, how it is. Now here we have 3 flights. One is a metal one, the other one is you can see here. You have metal one, the other one is carbon composite, and the next one is a bucky paper one. And in the future, you will have the bucky paper composite airplane, because here the fuel efficiency will not be a problem. Then thunderstorm will not be a problem as in the composites one. So in the future, you'll see the bucky paper flights. Also, car, when you consider this electric one, this has to be recharged after a certain time. And this is the traditional car what we have. And this is going to be with the bucky paper, which is going to be the future car. Especially when you are sick, we hesitate to go to the hospitals because it takes quite a long time to go to the hospital, get the diagnosis being done. But here in the future, you can see the doctor is just seeing the patient. And when he just goes, he interacts with the patient. The patient is wearing a smart fabric. And he gives certain commands, and the ECG is being recorded on the smart fabric. And the window tells all the results of the test, and it will be very easy for the doctor to diagnose it immediately and get a cure for the patient. So that is in the future, the nanotechnology. Now coming to the end of the talk, I always share it to the students wherever I go and talk, that it is our duty to preserve the nature, nurture the nature, and give it to the future generations. And it is their birthright to have clean air, water, and land. I remember when I was a student, I never carried water bottles. But today, whether I carry lunch or not, I make it a point to carry water. It's with all of us. Similarly, I also heard that people buy air to breathe fresh air. So let not in the future a newborn baby cry, "Please, I want pure air to breathe. Please, I want pure water to drink. Please, I want clean land to live." So let a newborn baby enjoy the nature as we have enjoyed. And finally, I'd like to thank all the organizers for having given me this opportunity to share my thoughts in this platform. I would like to thank my research supervisor, Dr. A.R. Chakravarti, Emeritus Professor, IISc, and all my students, because of whom only I could work, or we all could work, whatever ideas we had. I would like to thank my college, Mutrangam Government Arts College, Vellore, and all the funding agencies, Tamil Nadu Science and Council for Science and Technology, DST, UGC, and Tamil Nadu State Council for Higher Education. So with that, I'd like to thank you all. So if any questions, it's open for discussion, please.
All the participants, this session is open for discussions. If you have any queries, you can ask. Madam will resolve that query in this session only. Dear participants, if you have any queries, I think participants don't have any query, ma'am. So, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing this interesting information with us. And you are always almost you covering the how the nanoparticles is playing important roles in our day-to-day lives, as well as what is the future of these nanoparticles, how they will help us in future. So that will be a beneficial to clear our idea, and that will be useful for some of the all participants to make their thinkings on in this way. Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
So much.
Okay. So right now we are moving to the end of these sessions. So I would like to invite Professor KP Jadhav, Assistant Professor, Department of Chemistry, Jagat Arts, Commerce and Indira Ben Haribhai Patel Science College, Goregaon, to propose a vote of thanks for these technical sessions. So it's over to you, Dr. Professor Jadhav.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. S.Y. Rangdale, sir, inviting me for vote of thanks of today international webinar on Many Voices, One Science, organized by IQAC and Department of Chemistry, Jagat College, Goregaon. Good evening to the Honorable Chief Guest, respected invited speaker, respected principal, teacher, and my dear participants. I wish to express my heartfelt thanks to our respected President, Honorable Sri Jagatramji Rangdale sir, President of Bahujan Hitai Jagat Shikshan Sanstha Gondia. It is your vision and leadership that has brought everything possible on this campus. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to thank Honorable Professor Dr. K. Siddharan, Chancellor Care, and Dr. S. Shashi Anand, Vice President Care. Thank you, sir. My very special thanks to the organizing chairman, Dr. C. Ramalingan, Dean Care. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Honorable Professor Dr. S. Narayanan sir, Vice Chancellor sir, Care. Thank you, sir, for your valuable guidance. A heartfelt thanks to our patron, Dr. V. Vasudevan sir, Register Care, for your support and guidance. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Honorable Professor D.V. Prabhu sir, President of Association of Chemistry Teacher Act Mumbai. Thank you, sir, for your valuable guidance. My my very special thanks to the guest speaker, Honorable Professor L. Gomati Devi ma'am, former Vice Chancellor Maharani Cluster University, Bangalore, who give an inspirational speech on photochemistry, energy and environment. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank our guest speakers, Dr. K. Sangeeta, Department of Chemistry, Care, Krishna Koil, Tamil Nadu, for enlightening us with their knowledge. Today's webinar was full of knowledge and interesting things. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank our guest speaker, Dr. K. Geeta, ma'am, Associate Professor and Head PG and Research Department of Chemistry, Muthurang Government Arts College, Vellore, India, for his enlightening and fruitful speech on nanotechnology. Thank you so much, ma'am. I express my sincere thanks to our respected principal, Dr. N.Y. Lanje sir, Principal of Jagat Art Commerce and Indiraben Hariyar Patel, Science College Goregaon, for his constant support, motivation and guidance. Thank you so much, sir. I heartful thanks to our ex-vice principal, Dr. Yashash Bhairam sir, for your unwavering support and leadership. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to thank you, our Professor Dr. W.G. Gunule sir, Organizing Secretary, IUPSC GWB 2026 Vice President Act West Zone, for his valuable guidance and help us in all aspects of this program. Thank you so much, sir. A heartfelt thanks to Professor M. Swaminathan sir, co-convener GWB 2026 Care, and Dr. E.R. Nagarajan, co-convener GWB Head Department of Chemistry Care, for your valuable guidance and support. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Dr. G.K. Bhagat sir, Jagat College Goregaon, and sincere thanks to Dr. S.S. Rangdale sir, Head Department of Chemistry, convener of GWD 2026 webinar and IQSC coordinator, Jagat College Goregaon. for guidance and help us. Thank you, sir. Specially thanks a lot to Dr. S.Y. Rangdale, sir, Master of Ceremony GWB-2026 webinar and IQSC member of Jagat College, Goregaon. He has worked very hard to make today's webinar successful. Thank you so much, sir. Finally, a big thank you to our participants, teaching staff, non-teaching staff, technical staff for joining us on this special day. Thanks to everyone. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Sandeep sir.
Professor Jadhav, sir. So all the participants, requesting you all to open your camera for group photo. Okay. All the participants, this is a request to you all, please turn on your video camera for group photo.
Hello.
Most of the participants are in screen.
Hello, Rangdale sir.
Hello. I have text you right now.
Please turn on your camera
Okay.
for a group photo.
So, director has asked us to put that in the main program, signing of MOU, right?
Okay.
Yes. So,
Okay.
you can take a snap.
So we need to add that signing of MOU event in the program, and also virtual opening of L&T Center.
Okay,
Also
sir.
opening of L&T Center.
Okay, okay. No issue. We will discuss in the forum. Sir. Hello.
Photo session.
Sir, can you share your mobile number? Okay, sir.
Where is Gurmeet sir?
Okay. Inform other feedback form.
Just a moment. So, thank you, participants. The group photo is already taken. So, feedback link will be shared on WhatsApp groups, and after successful submission of feedback forms, you will get a participation certificates on your valid email address. So, within 15 days, because the participants are more, so that's why it will take few days, couple of days to deliver this participation certificate on your valid email address. So, be patient. Thank you very much, all the participants, for participating in this international webinar. So, see you all. So, the feedback form will be shared after successful submission. The feedback link will be shared on your WhatsApp groups, and after successful submissions of feedback form, you will get a participation certificates on your valid email address within a 15 days. because participants are more and feedback link have a limitations to deliver a limited amount of participant certificates. So it will take a couple of days. So be patient. Okay, and link will be shared on your WhatsApp group. So please fill that link and submit. Thank you all the participants. Anyone have any queries? So we will discuss in later personally. Thank you all the participants. What's that?
So thank you, Professor Sandeep, for nice conduction of this seminar. Hello?
Problem.
Hello?
Net problem.
Yes, sir.
So I have conducted very nicely, I mean. Hello?
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
குருநிலை ஆளை காணோம்.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay.
You can leave the meeting.
So request to all the participants, you can leave the meeting. So the session is over. All the participants, is a request to you all.